I kind of talked to you already.
I'm good.
Tell everybody who you are, because although I guarantee anybody's here knows who you are, but that's fine.
Okay, so I'm Neva from Reading with Neva. I'm relatively new to BookTube. My channel has grown a bit quicker than I was expecting, so that's fun. I mostly do sprints. I'm not super consistent with videos, but I try. I try to get at least my wrap ups and stuff up. I definitely did not put up an August TBR this month though, because if I had, I would look really dumb right now because my TBR is there's no TBR at this point.
I 100% scrapped my TBR to read Carrie Soto when I got it yesterday on NetGalley.
I bought Malibu Rising yesterday, and I'm contemplating reading it.
I love. That's my favorite. Malibu Rising is my favorite.
I bought that one.
Hello. Thanks for joining this morning. The Malibu Rising is my favorite.
I bought that one. Something after I do, or I do after I do, something like that. And then Evelyn Hugo. They were the only ones that my Walmart had, but I bought all three of them, even though I've already read Evelyn Hugo.
Evelyn Hugo's so good too, but I think I'm one of the few that liked Malibu Rising more than Evelyn Hugo, but I did because I like the fact that she puts Easter eggs from her previous books in the next books. I love that. And I love finding them. And I just think that's so fun. So for me, I liked Malibu Rising just a little bit more than Evelyn Hugo, but that's just me. I know I'm weird, but so far Carrie might beat them both.
Oh,
Carrie might beat them both. I'm only 80 pages in, but Carrie might beat them both.
I have that one pre-ordered. Yeah, I have it pre-ordered. I did request it on NetGalley, but I don't think they gave it to me.
I didn't think I was going to get it. It comes out in a week, and then I got it yesterday, and I was like, okay.
That happened to me with that terrible arc that I got.
Oh, did it?
They gave it to me. They gave it to me a week before it was supposed to come out, and I was like, "Oh, cool."
I know. Then I feel like I would have put everything down to read this regardless of how much time I had to read it. Then I was like it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I got that. I literally had I opened the email and I was expecting it to say you were declined, to be truthfully honest. And I read it and I literally was like, oh my God. I was like, where is my iPad? I need
the only other Taylor Jenkins read that I've read is One True Loves. Someone requested that for my project for me.
Hi, Monica. Thanks for joining us this morning. We are just going to be reading productivity sprints, whatever you need to do. Right now, we're both just caffeinating. So,
right.
Necessary.
Yeah.
It's so necessary.
But yeah, the only other one that I've read by her, the first one I read was One True Loves, because I had read 20 chapters of Evelyn Hugo, and then it went back to the library, and then I just never got it back. So I was like, okay, I'm just never gonna get it.
I think Evelyn Hugo is so different because you go into it thinking it's one thing, and then quickly realize it's absolutely not what you think it is.
I listened to the audiobook, and I was at work. Well, at my soon-to-be old job, because I only have 2 weeks left.
I'm so excited for you.
But I was at work, and I was crying at work because I was like, what is this twist? What happened? What is going on?
I hear you. Everybody who's here, we do have a few people. Let us know what you're reading in the comments or what you're doing. If you're just doing, I know it's a morning, so if you're doing productivity, let us know what you're doing. It was one of those ones where I was like, oh, this is going to be this. And then you're like, no, it's absolutely not that.
Yeah, because I was talking to Sam, which for everyone that doesn't know me is my boyfriend. I talk about him a lot. But I was talking to him about it, and I was like, and he was like, "Oh, could it be this thing?" Like we were trying to guess what it was, and I was like, "Yeah, that like his theories made sense." So I was like, "Yeah, maybe that's what it is." And then like neither one of us guessed what actually went on. So when I finish it, because he's not going to read it. Okay, he's not going to read it. Evelyn
Right.
Hugo is too morally gray for him. So when I told him what happened, he was like, I did not see that coming. And
No,
I was
I
like,
know.
me either. Me
It's
either. I was like,
crazy.
it's completely out of left field.
It really is. Yeah. I loved Evelyn Hugo, but I like I said, I did like Malibu Rising just a little bit more. And I think also because I liked the main character. I'm a big character focused reader.
Mm-hmm.
So I really loved the main character in Malibu Rising, like a lot. So I think that was one of the reasons that I liked it so much. I know who wrote this, but I can't remember. Jill? Oh no. Can't think of who it is. Jill something.
She said, oh no.
But are you enjoying it? Are you liking it? Let us know. I'm reading a nonfiction Brazilian book called Brazilian Holocaust. Ooh, about the horrors of the hospice that ran for decades. Oh, that sounds terrifying, but like interesting all at the same time. I'm horrible with reading nonfiction. I need to get better at picking up nonfiction, but I really only read
I'm only good at nonfiction if it's I can do celebrity memoirs if they're voiced, like if they're read by the celebrity.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do a celebrity memoir read by some like random person. Hi, Tia.
Hi, Tia. I was like, oh, there's a name I know. How are you?
And I will do like self-help mindset empowerment type books as nonfiction because I have trouble concentrating on them to read them, but I will buy the physical copy to highlight.
Yeah. I'm not good with nonfiction just because I just don't tend to gravitate toward it, except true crime. I do love
true crime. But I don't read true crime usually for fun because I have the podcast with my dad.
Right?
Right. So a lot of my true crime consumption, like I go in ready to take notes.
Yeah.
So
You're like, this is research.
Yeah, I take breaks with my fiction books.
I'm excited to read Carrie Soto. You should. I'm 80 pages in and I'm already like sold. However, the only sport that I like is tennis. Like it's the only sport I actually watch. So the fact that this also has a huge tennis element is just like this book was meant for me.
Right.
Meant for me.
That's what I'm excited for is the tennis aspect.
Yeah. I still would read Malibu Rising first because there is a big tie-in between the two. So just there is like a whole part that I've already gotten to in this that would have spoiled a part in Malibu Rising. Oh, Jill Salvis, thank you, because I could not think of who that was, and you just started. Cool, awesome, very good. Tia, what are you reading or doing or whatever? So yeah, we're gonna try and stick to 15:45s today, just because we're their daytime sprints. I know people have stuff to do in the mornings. Right. And also, I just really want to read Carrie. So, that's just truth. I'm just going to speak truth right now. I am halfway through Beartown, and I'm loving Beartown. I'm halfway through, but I went, screw Beartown. I'm reading
You're
Carrie.
like, Beartown will still be here.
You will be here when I am done. And I went, this doesn't fit into any of my themed vlogs, so I will just make it a vlog. Because
it'll just become its own.
It will just be its own entity.
I guess I'll say what I'm reading, I suppose.
Yes, please.
I'm going to try to finish my reread of It Ends With Us. This book is still a 5-star for me.
I haven't read that one yet.
I have to read it. It's like tabbed because I volunteered myself in another community to host a fiction book club. Don't ask why I had that inkling to do that. So I have to I'm tabbing this as I like listen to it because I'm listening to the audio. I never listened to the audio before, so that I have things to talk about. But I will say, if you're going to pick this up, please read the trigger warnings.
I think that should be stated for all Colleen Hoover books. Please go in knowing that there's going to be some crazy stuff going on.
Now, I will say she does pretty well with summing up the way that one of the male main characters is, but it is heavy with DV.
Yeah.
Because it's based off her mom's story of that. So
yeah.
I also have I'm Not Dying With You Tonight, which this book is very interesting. I think it's YA. I got it from the library. It's by Kimberly Jones, and I don't know if you say it Gilly or Jilly Siegel.
One of those.
But it's by, so Kimberly Jones is a Black woman, and the other author that I'm not going to butcher their name again is a white author. They're both appear anyways to be women. But essentially this is about like a race war.
Oh,
that's the best way for me to describe it. Like there's a baseball game, I think, which like I'm not really a baseball person, but it's not heavy on that. But it's a baseball game, and at this baseball game, a race war breaks out, and these two girls. So we follow both perspectives. So we follow the Black girl's perspective and the white girl's perspective, and they have to work together in order to survive. So it's like a big.
That's so interesting. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, like it's really good. Like there's a heavy, I mean, I would also say read trigger warnings for this one because there is a lot of I'm only on chapter 6 and there's already been racial slurs used. Not by either main character, but like
in the background.
It's a race war. So I feel like that's, I don't want to say to be expected, but like to be expected.
Yeah, well, I think you'd lose the authenticity of what she's trying to put across, but still, it's hard to read those things in a book.
Because I read it and I was like, did I just read that? So yeah, I would read the trigger warnings, but I'm pretty sure it is supposed to be young adult. Because it says at the, like when you read the description, it's like, it gives like bullet points, things that this book is good for. And one of them is like having a detailed discussion around race and equality. So
right on. So Heir of Fire by Sarah J. Maas. Love that. I actually have not read Throne of Glass, but I do have the books. Someday I will read Throne of Glass.
I don't have the books, but like I need to read them. I have all the ACOTAR series on my phone.
See, that's the thing is I want to read ACOTAR, but I feel like I should read Throne of Glass first. Just because I know they're not attached. I know they have nothing to do with each other, but I just feel like I should.
So from what I've heard, people have said that if like they've read that if you're gonna read Throne of Glass first, and I mean Tia can correct me if I'm wrong or if she's read both series, because I know people that have read the series like out of order, right? So they've read like ACOTAR and then they've read Throne of Glass.
Yeah,
that's probably a good idea because from what I understand, Throne of Glass is like more YA than ACOTAR.
Yeah, Throne of Glass first.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So I'm just like, okay, but it's like a very big series.
Yeah, because Throne of Glass is like actually YA, and ACOTAR I think is older YA, but because like whoever puts things into categories doesn't have like distinctive categories within YA, which I think is
correct. YA is a very broad age spectrum.
Yeah, you need to like make it more known. Hello, Kim.
I know. I was just going to say, hi, Kim. Thanks for joining us. And see, I would cry too. Although I have yet to read a
Yeah.
Colleen Hoover that I didn't tear me apart inside. So, she's
So
good.
the only one that I didn't really like, well, okay, I liked it, but like I rated it lower than the rest was Without Merit. But I
I
think
haven't
it's
read that
because
one.
I went into Without Merit not realizing that it's one of her YA books. Like
Oh,
no
I
one
didn't know
told me
she
that.
wrote any YA.
So like the Hopeless series, I've only read like part of the first book in the Hopeless series. I need to pick it up. I have it on my KU. That reads YA, and so people have said, "Oh yeah, this is more of like a YA, like a YA Colleen Hoover." Without Merit, I think she's like 16 or 17, like the main character, and it
Oh,
reads,
that's definitely YA then.
yeah, it reads very YA, especially compared to like all the rest of her stuff. Because at this point, I've read all of her standalones. So, unless you count Never Never as a standalone, which technically it's a series that they put into a bind up. That's the one that she wrote with Taryn Fisher.
Yeah.
I soft DNF'd that one because by the time that I got to the end of my Colleen Hoover vlog, that still isn't up. It's fine. It'll
It's
be up
fine.
eventually.
It's
It's
okay.
from
It
like
will be up
June.
eventually. It's
And I
fine.
keep asking people, like, do you still want this? And people say, yeah. So, like, I should just put it up. But now I'm scared because it's from June.
Same. This
This
book
one,
broke me. I was broken. I broke.
listen, as a birth mother myself, like I was angry and sad. Like I could see both sides.
That's what I loved about that book is I thought every character was so real because that is how that person would feel. That's how that person would feel. That's how that like I
Right.
believed all of those emotions.
But I was also
Ooh.
like, if this does not end the way that I need it to end, I'm never picking up another Colleen Hoover book. Like,
I totally understand.
because this one I think was like the fourth one I had read. I don't know because after I read Verity, It Ends With Us, and Layla, I just went on like a binge, and Reminders of Him was on KU. So I was like, great, this gives me an excuse to read this because I don't have to pay for it other than what
Yeah.
I'm already paying for KU. And no one warns me about these things. Like my friend Kristen is the one that got me to read It Ends With Us, and she was like, it's beautiful, it's a beautiful story. And I went into it and I was like, a beautiful story. Like but like all of her books, I tell people that other than It Ends With Us, don't read the descriptions because like the description tells you nothing.
No, it's true.
Like the
Although I
description
kind
of
of like going
Layla,
into books blind, but like obviously, please read triggers. Like, but I don't think
yeah,
that's going like. I wish more books would just have like trigger warnings at the front, like outside of the synopsis, just like a boom, 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 boom. Like these are the points that
yeah,
these might cause you pain.
right. So I used to put trigger warnings. I'm thinking about doing it again. I used to put trigger warnings on my reviews when I posted them. I'm really bad at doing that.
Yeah.
On my Instagram, but I had people messaging me saying like trigger warnings are spoilers, and I'm
I
like,
don't know. No, I disagree.
okay, but for someone, so like for instance, like miscarriage can be a trigger
Very
for
painful.
me.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
And I know other people that's a trigger for. Death of a
Hmm.
child is a trigger for a lot of people. So
Yeah.
like I'm not going to give you details on it, but I'm going to say, hi, this is a trigger warning.
I don't think that's like if I
You're
were to
welcome.
say like Verity, one of the triggers for Verity would be child abuse, 400% sure. But like I don't think
No.
I don't think that's a spoiler to the book. It doesn't tell you anything that happened. It just tells you,
It tells you
hey,
nothing that happened.
keep that in mind.
And I will trigger anything that I think could trigger someone else. So like
100%.
animal abuse can trigger
Yeah.
people. And there is a Colleen Hoover book. It's very brief. What book is it? It's the one that takes place in Texas. I can't think of what it's called. It's like a summer read. I can't think of what it's called right now.
Is it
But
Ugly
there
Love?
is a quote. Huh?
Is it Ugly Love? I
Which one?
haven't read that one yet. Ugly Love?
Yes. Yes. That's the one where she like goes and visits her dad, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
So
I
in
haven't read
Ugly Love, it's very brief, but there is a part where there is like these boys, it tells you nothing about the book, okay? But these boys, they're on the beach and they're like teasing this homeless dog with food. And
it. Yeah.
so the main character is like, you guys are a-holes, like, get away from me. So that it's brief. It's like 2 or 3 sentences of what's going on, but like I trigger warned that, and my friend Amanda was like, I don't think I'm gonna read this because I don't even, and I told her, I said, it's very brief. It's like 3 sentences. And she's like, I don't even think I want to read that. So
Yeah.
like, if you at least give that, that gives the person, like, I feel like to just, if you
It
choose
just
to go
is
in blind,
informed reading is all it is, I think.
right. Like if you choose to go in blind, cool. Like I do that a lot and then regret it later. It's fine. But
Yeah.
give people the option
Hmm.
to go in blind.
Absolutely.
Like, but I've
Okay,
definitely
I'm
had
just
people
gonna
say
start
like,
setting up the kitty because Lord knows I've never done this before. So just give me a minute. I'm gonna, while you keep talking, I'm just gonna try and figure if I can figure this out. Look, I did
okay.
it.
But that's how I feel about it is I'm just like, I would prefer you give me trigger warnings.
Yeah.
But
I think they're good, a good thing to do for sure. And I think more and more books are starting to put them at the front, but more should,
and
it
a
should
lot of
become,
times you can
it should
find
be
them.
a cross industry.
Yeah, if you look them up on Amazon, a lot of times you can find them there too. I will say Amazon, while we don't always love Amazon, you know what I'm saying? They do a good job of adding trigger warnings. And places like Goodreads or Storygraph, even if they're added by other people, like Storygraph, I like because it'll tell you what the most
Yeah.
severe ones are.
Mm-hmm.
So they do it by like moderate, middle, whatever word they use for that, and then severe. So they will tell you like how extreme the trigger warnings are, which is nice. But like luckily it seems to be something that people are putting out there more, but like also some people still think it's a spoiler. And I'm like,
Yeah. Hopefully that will, change soon as time goes on. Okay, let's start our first sprint and get some reading, get some stuff done, and then we'll come back and chat some more. Okay. Hello, hello. We are back. How did everybody do? I am just loving this book more and more, frankly. So,
This book is still a 5-star, but I don't remember things happening the way that they're happening.
yeah, I was going to say this is a reread for you, right?
Yeah. And this was the book that everyone picked for book club because we all want to be able to read the new one that's coming out.
Yeah.
It starts with us. And that comes out in October. Hold on, Ari. There are things that are like I remember everything that's happening. I just remember them happening sooner because I'm over halfway through. And the first like incident, right, happened on page 200 and something. 200 and I'm sorry, 185. That's over halfway through the book. And I was like, I remember it happening sooner than that.
Yeah.
But also the gaslighting is real. I don't remember so much gaslighting.
I haven't read this one yet, so I'm not sure, but like, yeah, that's why I'm always hesitant to reread books because I'm always scared that I'm not going to like them as much the second time. It terrifies me.
It's definitely still a solid 5-star. Like, so I'm not going to change my rating.
Yeah.
I just remember the abuse happening where like yes, like there was gaslighting because you have to have gaslighting in order to like abuse somebody and then be like, I'm so sorry. Like that's gaslighting anyway. But like,
yeah.
Mom, can you buy me some cheap cheese with this because we don't have any? I'm sorry for eating all those. I'm sorry.
You have to go apologize first, not to me. So when you do that, we'll talk about treats. So, but also like, I don't know. There's just things in here that I'm questioning things because you're like with this book, you're either team Ryle or you're team Atlas.
Yeah.
And I was team Atlas the first time that I read this book too, but I'm really trying to see what the appeal to Ryle is because I know people that root for Ryle. And I'm like, I don't know what the appeal is.
Right.
I'm missing it. Like,
you're like, I don't get it. I don't get it. And Amy, I so agree with this point, except like I feel like trigger warnings are a bigger issue with thrillers just because usually that tends to be the twist. But like, yeah. So I can understand that, especially with thrillers, but like other books, not so much.
Contemporary and stuff like that, I don't get it.
Exactly.
Hi, Crystal.
Exactly. Hi, Crystal. And I'm so glad you could join us for your feeding. Baby's up. Monica got 6% left of her book. Girl, you can finish this for sure. 10 pages, 3 chapters and did some work. Awesome, Tia. You guys are killing it. Had some work to do, but had some time to read 4% of a cozy mystery. I love cozy mysteries. Which one are you reading, Amy? Because I do love cozy mystery.
I just finished the second Finley Donovan yesterday.
Oh,
5 stars.
5 stars.
I did request.
Me too. I have pre-ordered the 3rd and I did request the art.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it and then I requested it on NetGalley. I don't know if they'll give it to me.
I don't think I'll get it. I didn't get the second one. I request the second one and I did not get it. And that's okay. Like I'm not bitter. I will read it. No problem. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I will read it the day it arrives in my clutches of pre-order. Like I don't care what I'm in the middle of. Like everything will be put down so that I can read.
Oh, we should buddy read it.
I'm totally in. Totally in.
Put it in my purse. But
yeah, I don't reread either, Crystal, for that reason. It's scary. Plus, I have a huge TBR. And I just feel like my time is better spent reading the books that I haven't read before. Hi, Michelle. Thanks for joining. I know it's super early for you, but hi. Oh, Crystal, we need to get you into cozy mysteries. They're fantastic.
Listen, I feel like everyone should read Finley Donovan. So I gave the first one 5 stars too. And I read that one in less than 24 hours. Like, to the point that I started it on like a Tuesday, I think. So it ran into Wednesday, which is date night for me and Sam. And I was like, listen, I have to finish this book before we do anything. Like, I have to finish this book. Please leave me alone to finish.
It is. It's possibly like one of my favorite series of all time, to be honest. She is such a hot mess, Finley. Like, she is a hot mess of a person, and I love it. Like, she is the best hot mess that has ever existed.
She is a mom. You know what I'm saying? Like,
she's a mom. She is a mom. And any mom will get it. But even if you're not a parent, you will still love that book, frankly. Yes. Oh, good, Michelle. I'm glad you're normally up this time. I don't actually know what time it is where you are, but I know you have kids, so that makes you get it.
I think she's on Eastern time, so I'm pretty sure it's 9:15 for her.
Oh, okay. That's not too early then.
She has kids younger than my kid, so
100%.
She's up.
Suggestions for cozy mysteries. Definitely Finley, although I don't know if that's necessarily classified as a cozy mystery, but like I think it is.
When people ask me, I classify it as a cozy thriller.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's more thrilling than mystery, but there's a mystery aspect to it. So I feel like it could count.
Well, and I remember someone asking me what Finley was, and I was like, it's everything. It's a mystery. It's like humorous. It's contemporary. Finley is everything she is of her own accord. Ooh, an arc of Seasoned with Winter. I've heard of this series. Do you like it? Obviously, if you requested the arc, you probably do, but that sounds interesting. Yeah, Michelle's on Eastern. That is true. And that's so sad, Michelle. I was actually up at 5 this morning because my child decided to get up very early this morning. So, that was fun for me. Finley is cozy adjacent. I agree. It's not quite a cozy mystery, but I highly recommend her no matter what.
Yeah, I recommend it. Love it.
Love Finley. I love that everyone loves this series because I love it too. And I know that there's going to be 4 books at least. So like,
yes. I was scared to read it. I'm not even going to lie. Like it hit in like Bookstagram and I was like, and then it started generating on Book Talk. And I was like, definitely not going to read this because like, I don't read things that are on Book Talk. Okay.
Yeah.
But then Michelle and my friend Kristen were like, you haven't read Finley Donovan? And I was like, no, I'm not feeling it. And they were like, you have to read Finley Donovan. So I got the first one from the library and read it as an ebook through Libby. And then when my 6-year clean time anniversary came around, my 2 friends sent me, like, I have both books on my shelf now, the first 2, because they both sent, like, each one of them sent me one.
Yeah, I agree with this comment because Finley is everything. You can't put her in a box. You can't put that series in a box. I know that Elle, and I cannot think of her last name, so I'm just going to call her Elle, has another series, and I do plan on reading it, but I think it's a fantasy series. Why I think that, I could be totally wrong. But I know she has another series, and I'm like, I need to read her other series because if I love Finley this much, I should at least try her other series.
If you don't want to read the books, the audios are on Scribd, and
They're highly good. They're really good audios.
I read the first one because I was like, I don't want to do the audio. And then for the second one, I started the second one after my 24-hour sprints, and I just could not bring myself to read a book like with my eyeballs. I
don't believe you. You had done 24 hours of sprints. That makes sense.
Yes, I finished 2 books and read them with my eyes. So I was like, I can't. So Michelle was like, the audio is on Scribd. And I don't know who this lady is, but she's my favorite narrator ever because she does all of the voices and sounds different. Like actually
Amy's
different.
calling you out here, says the one coming to read.
Listen, I didn't hear, in my defense, I didn't actually hear about Verity through Book Talk. I actually heard about Verity from people that were outside of the book community originally.
Yeah.
Like they weren't even part of the book community. They were just people that read, if that makes sense. And we're
Totally.
like, wow, this book was twisted, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, a thriller romance. I could do a
I will
thriller
be very surprised if it's not my best book of the year, or at least in my top couple. Like she's fantastic.
I reread Verity with you and Cassie, 5 stars. I gave it a 5-star again, and it was a reread. And I was
I
like,
didn't know her other series was YA. See, this is why we have Michelle to tell us these things. Michelle knows all the things. You and she does.
KU saved my life. I'm not gonna lie. I would buy so many books if I didn't have KU.
True. I just don't like ebooks. I really do not like ebooks. Like I either want a physical book or an audio. The only time I read ebooks is when I get a NetGalley ARC.
Got you.
Literally
See, with
the only time.
There's enough of them that give you both the audio and the ebook.
Yeah.
Like Layla, because there was someone that wanted to read Layla, but they were like, well, they have it on KU, but I don't want to read the ebook. And I was like, Layla gives you the audio also. And the audio is good.
I actually didn't know that.
I just tell people to speed it up because the male narrator reads very slow. I don't know what it is with male narrators reading real slow, but he reads slow. So I tell people you can probably bump it up unless you're like a person that listens to audiobooks at 1x speed. I'm not that person.
No. Who's got the time? Oh. So yeah, no, I ended up doing 40 of Carrie, which I'm very excited about. 40 of Carrie. And I hope to continue. If I keep doing 40 pages a sprint, I can totally finish this today. So
I read/listened to 32 pages. I'll probably get this done today. It says it claims I have 3 hours. I feel like I have less time than that.
Still totally doable today.
But I'm sure I'll get this done today. And then I might actually get I'm Not Dying With You Tonight done today too, because it's short and it says only 2.5 hours for that. So
you can totally do that because you don't have anything today, I think is what you told me.
No, I have nothing.
Me neither. So my plans today, read Carrie. So
right. I have to clean my room at some point, and I am in the middle of
keep my child alive, clean Carrie Soto. Those are my 2. That's my entire list for today. So there we go. Ebooks are great because my partner goes to bed early. That is nice because books, it's hard sometimes with lighting. I agree.
And it's also easier for me to hold a Kindle in my bed and lay how I want than to hold a book.
That's true. Michelle also has to keep her children alive as well as me. It's the only thing on my list. So,
I mean, that's what I'm doing today too. So
it's a move. That's all. Those are my 2 things that I must do. So. Luckily, my kid's older than your guys is, so he can kind of keep himself alive mostly. That helps. He's now at the point where, unless he decides to do something dangerous because he's a boy and boys decide to do dangerous things, he mostly can keep himself alive.
Woo!
I saw that you're going till 9 p.m. tonight, and that would mean we'll do 12 hours if we go until Crystal Sprint. So I don't think that's going to happen. But I love Neva's nodding, yeah, sure, 12 hours.
You know me.
I'm down. And I did tell Neva, I was like, oh, let me pause the cat. I did tell Neva that I was ready to do for a long time because Michelle and Lexi don't have sprints this afternoon, and that's usually what I spend my afternoon on. So I was like, we could go for a while if you're up for it. And she's like, sure. I don't think 12 hours is going to happen, but you know,
like whatever you want to do, it's fine. I have
well,
to get an actual bookshelf now because I got booked yesterday and now I have no more room.
oh girl, I have stacks.
On this
The books are just stacked places.
I thought I was cute because I was like, oh, I'll get the 9-cube organizer, and then it has a little like fabric drawers, like it'll look cute. Yeah, I thought that was cute, and now I have books like double stacked, so I have books in front of books on the shelf, and I'm like, okay, it's time to get more.
Book storage is a continual issue, but you know what? I'm not mad about it because it just means I have lots of options. Although, because I got Carrie Soto, I was like, oh, I'll just do a weekly vlog, like not themed, and I'll just do a weekly vlog this week. Well, I can't do Beartown because that's for a vlog. So I was like, oh, I need another book to read. So then I went to my shelves of like hundreds of books and had to pick a book. And frankly, I was overwhelmed. So that is a problem. They're in a contained space. I wish I could keep my kid in a contained space, but he's too old for that now. He can escape any contained space. It's own accord.
Yeah. Mine will just walk out and be like,
yeah,
hi. And I'm like, didn't I tell you to stay?
But that's the nice thing about toddlers is you can put them in a spot and they still, like, as long as there are gates and things, they must remain in the spot. Okay, so we are going to go right into our next sprint because I need to read this book because I'm dying. It's fantastic. So we're just going to jump right in. Oh, 1 second. I have to leave for a meeting at 10. That's okay. Lord knows, apparently we might go for 12 hours. We'll see when
all day. Yeah, it's fine.
We might be here when you get back. We are not committing or uncommitting to anything specifically. Okay. Let me get the cat up and we'll go from there. Hello.
Hello.
We are back. How did it go? I'm going to figure out where we were in comments. I've heard of this cozy mystery. Heard of that one. How'd you do?
I got 44 pages read / listened to.
You did much better than I.
And I hit my 100 pages per day goal.
Nice.
I've
That's
been on a
exciting.
roll with hitting
Started
my-
early this morning, just hitting it.
Right. I've read
I love it.
because it counted 25 pages from last night because they rolled over after midnight.
Yeah, into midnight.
So I'm at 104 pages for today.
Nice. I only got 22 pages during that sprint. I had to do kid things, which is fine. It happens. But that's okay.
Rye.
Yes, Rye was in the comments. I don't know if she's still here, but hi, Rye. And nice. You finished your book. That's exciting. And watch Grey's. I 100% support this. Hi, Tina. Thanks for joining. What are you reading? Nice. 31% into The Echo Wife. Very nice. And 15 pages. Oh, I skipped a comment. Michelle, he is 13. 13. But he does have special needs. So sometimes he's needs a little bit of extra help. But he's a pretty great kid. Yeah, he's 13. I cannot believe he's 13. But, you know. Here we are. Read the first 3% of Bound Together by Kay Webster and Nicki Minaj. Ooh, nice. Yes, we have a teenager and all that comes with that. So that's fun. I was going to say, I didn't know. I was like, is that a celebrity memoir? And I was very confused for a second. So I was like, oh, okay. I was about to look it up because I was like, what? I missed this. So gotcha. Nikki Ash. Got you. Because I was like, I'm going to have to look that up because I didn't know she had a book. So very good. Very good. Yep. We have a teenager. It's, you know, fun times, all the hormones and all that. It's like having a toddler again with the attitude sometimes. But he's a good kid, though. So I ended up, like I said, doing 22 pages. I'm still loving Carrie Soto. And I do think it's going to be my favorite Taylor Jenkins read. I'm pretty sure. So that's exciting. Don't worry, Michelle. You're a long way from it. Don't worry. You're a while. You're a ways. So, yeah. Oh. I'm obsessed. I'm literally obsessed with Carrie Soto. I'm obsessed. I'm hoping to finish it today. Fingers crossed. I think it's possible. I have 200 pages left. Maybe 250. I honestly don't know. It's hard to tell with arcs because they're never paged properly. Have you ever noticed that with Nick Kelly?
Yeah. So here's how I get around this.
They're like a hot mess.
Because also ebooks tend to have a different page count than audio, and that annoys me. Or ebooks have a different page count than physical, and that annoys me. So what I do is at the bottom down here, if you click where it says like location or pages or whatever, I set it to tell me how much time is left in a chapter, because even in arcs that works. And then if I need to see how much time is left in the book, click it again, and it'll tell you how much time is left in the book.
Oh, okay.
Those two features work even on arcs where the actual page count doesn't seem to work because it's not
published. Because I'm doing the Beartown vlog of all 3 books it'll be up sometime in September. And I opened up the last books. I have the arc of it for the winners, and it's 1,400 pages according to the arc. And I was like, there's no way that's true. There's no way. There's no way that book is like 5 times the size of the first 2 books. Like, it's just not, it's just can't be that. And I was like, or it better not be, because I'm not, I can't.
You're like, I'm not prepared for that.
I'm not,
Yeah,
I can't do it.
My
yeah, my Kindle just like lives on like how much is left in a chapter, because that's how I determine, like, especially during sprints and things, if I'm going to continue or if I'm going to stop early, because I am not a person that likes to leave off. I don't like to leave
You're
off.
not a mid chapter stopper.
Yeah, I'm not that person. So.
I didn't used to be, but since I've started doing sprints, I just kind of like, well, it's going to be a short amount of time. Like, I'll go right back into it after, so it's not so bad.
Right.
I wouldn't like walk away for a day and like leave it mid chapter. Like, who does that? Oh, you finished the first book last night? Nice. Obviously you liked it if you're going right into the second. Oh, nice. Very cool. I'm going to have to look up this book.
I think she said on my sprints last night that it was like about, like, there were 4 characters.
Oh, okay. Very cool. I don't read a ton of romance, but I'm always up to try new things. Yeah, I don't think I'm really thinking, I started it last night at like 8:00 my time. So it's been just a little over 12 hours, and most of that I was asleep. So I plan to hopefully finish it today. That's my goals for today. Because
I think it's doable.
I think so too. Yeah, I've got like 250 pages left. So, I mean, it's pushing it, but it's doable. It's right on the cusp of not doable, but like, because of what it is and because I'm obsessed, it's really doable.
I really need to continue with The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, but
I keep watching you read this, and I'm like, unpopular opinion, did not like Addie LaRue.
It's dry, man. Like,
it's extremely repetitive. And I understand that she was alive for like 300 years, and yes, life would be repetitive, but like, still there was a lot of things happening during those 300 years in like history or the world or like changes in life that would have made this book varied in some way, and it just wasn't. Right. And I was like, I'm bored.
I DNF'd this like at the beginning of the year, because I tried to read it as an ebook. I waited like 6 months to get the ebook from Libby, and it finally, because it was popular, and it finally came through.
It's 11:19, so we're only an hour different, Michelle.
And am I on part 1 still? I think I'm still on part 1. Part 1, chapter 14 or something. I don't know. The chapters in this are ridiculous. Anyway, I'm trying to immersion read it, because there are a couple of places where like they said things that like caught my attention, or like nice quotes or whatever. But it's so dry. Like, Julia Wellen makes it better. So like, I do have the audio from Libro, but like, I just feel like there's very little dialogue. It's just following her journey, which is fine, but I'm bored. I'm real. I'm going to get through it, but I still have 7 hours of the audiobook.
I don't know. I know it's really different from her other books. So that is the only reason. It was my first V.E. Schwab that I read. And I've heard it's very different from the rest, but I just read The Near Witch. I just finished it. Now, I did do it on audio, and I despised the audio. So that may have affected my rating to some extent. But I gave it 3 stars too. So I'm like, I'm going to give V.E. Schwab another chance. But at this point, she's gotten 2 3-star reads for me. So maybe she's just not for me, which makes me sad, because I know a lot of people love her. But like,
I've only tabbed this because like I was like, I really want to be able to give this a 4-star because the cover is so pretty. Like I want
That's not a reason to give it.
like I want to be able to display this book, but I've only tabbed it because I'm like, if I don't like this, I'm going to sell it on Pango. Like I'm not gonna keep it if I don't like it.
I was not a huge fan of Addie. Only because I found it extremely repetitive, and also you'll understand this as you read the book more, but everyone's like, oh, Addie had such a tortured life. And I'm like, if Addie would have made better choices, her life would not have been tortured.
That's my, and I think
like, I'm sorry. Like she lived 300 years and learned no lessons. And that's
I went into this and I was like, okay, maybe she's gonna like have some kind of like an arc, but we've been going back and forth between the 1700s and the 2010s, right? The 2010s. So like that's where I'm at in this book, and that's what I don't know what my hair is doing. That's what we are seeing right now. And I'm like, I feel like you haven't really, like you've had no character development. Like I get like
there isn't any.
Accidentally praying to the gods that answer at night or whatever, cool, but like you think you would learn something. And like the quotes are nice. But a life no one will remember, a story you will never forget. I feel like I'm going to forget this story as soon as I'm over. As soon as it's over.
Yeah, it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. I'm glad you're enjoying this. That sounds really interesting. I'm going to look up this author in the next sprint because it sounds really interesting.
Right.
And I'm glad you loved Addie. I'm sorry we're ready a little bit. I'm so glad. And I think this is really important to say. Reading is very specific to people. It doesn't mean because I didn't enjoy a book, it's a horrible book. That's not what I'm saying. It just wasn't for me.
I would never
tell you. I got 3 stars. If it was a horrible book, I would have given it like 1. But I got 3 stars. It's middle of the road for me. But it wasn't for me.
Yeah. I also would never tell someone
other people can't enjoy it.
Right. And I would never be like, don't read that book just because I don't like it.
It just wasn't for me.
The exception.
And I can say why it wasn't for me, but like I can understand that like some people love this book and that's totally invalid, and I can see why.
Now, when people will ask me about books that I did not particularly enjoy, I will say like, you might like this book. I didn't particularly enjoy it. This is why I didn't enjoy it. But like, that doesn't mean you won't like it. I was hoping to like this book though, because it's blurbed by Neil Gaiman.
I know.
And I like Neil Gaiman.
I totally was expecting to like Addie because I also really like historical fiction. So I should, in theory, have loved Addie. I should have. I am also a character reader, and I just couldn't get over Addie's choices in life. Her choices were not what I would make. Yeah, I'm looking up this author, Tina. You are saying all sorts of things that I need to look into. Gotcha. Okay. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
This is my motto as well, Monica. Like I also like when I look at reviews, but like if the synopsis sounds like something that I'll enjoy, I don't care if it got bad reviews because there's been times where a book has gotten really bad reviews and I've enjoyed it because reading is very subjective. So the only time I won't is if like, oh, that's problematic book. That's a whole other thing. But if it's just like, oh, like I'm going to be reading The Maidens in September in theory. Now I know The Maidens had horrible reviews, but I still want to read it. So
I need to know
with all those horrible reviews, I may be like, that was horrible, but
I need to know your thoughts on The Maidens because I saw it at Walmart and I almost picked it up because I do want to read it. But again, like people that I know personally read it and did not like it.
Yeah, I will let you know. I'm reading it for Danielle from Danielle Reads, I think, and a bunch of other YouTubers are doing a Dark Academia readathon in September.
Okay. And you're reading
so I'm going to read it for that.
Yeah.
So
honestly,
that's my plan.
The only book that I have read recently that I just can't, that I would not be able to bring myself to recommend is that Ashley Flowers book. You want to read it? Cool.
Well, that's almost more for like problematic plagiarism reasons than like, oh, I just didn't enjoy it.
And I need people to read the trigger warnings because that book has like a 4.5-star rating on Goodreads or something. And almost all of those ratings so far are people that got arcs like I did. And I read 30% and then skipped to the end because I needed to be able to write my NetGalley review.
Mm-hmm.
To me, the whole book was problematic, but the ending was the worst. Like,
yeah. You're like, no, I can't do it. Yeah, I don't look at reviews until I start reading a book and then I have thoughts and then I'll be like, do other people agree with my thoughts? And then I start looking to see if like, am I crazy or do people also think that this is a problem? Totally. 5s only.
This is how, yeah. Now, I will ask people that I know, like personally know that have read it. Like I've asked Michelle before, like, hey, I know you read this book. What did you like? Did you enjoy it? But Michelle and I have pretty similar tastes. She reads way more romance than I do. But like for other things, like for thrillers and stuff, she and I sometimes will line up. So she will say hold on. She will say things like, well, I didn't really like it, but you might like it. You know what I mean? I'll ask friends, but I'm not going to go look on Goodreads for reviews.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think like I have to put the announcement up during this next sprint. So hopefully I'll remember. But my like best Bookstagram friend and I are starting a book club. And like, if she tells me she didn't like a book, I'm like, I probably won't like it either. Cause we have very, very similar tastes, but that's like really specific to, I know her taste and mine are really the same. Yeah. I could see this, Tina, about looking up for dark romance because there's a level there that you might not be comfortable with. So it's good to check into those. It's almost like similar as looking up trigger warnings, but the same is just like, there's a point where, that's as far as I'm willing to go. Yeah, I know. I have to put up the announcement. I think I was already supposed to, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll do it. I'll do it in this sprint. It's fine. It'll get up.
What's punctuality really? You know what I'm saying?
We said Wednesday. We didn't say a specific time. It's fine.
Also, I just don't judge anyone on BookTube at this point because when I announced my secret project or whatever, like it was a 2-minute vlog style video of like, hi, this is what we're doing. Goodbye.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of why it's just, you just got to get the information out there. There's only so much you can say. So yeah.
Right. And I thought about doing like a sit down video, but I was like, it's literally going to take me longer to make this set up than it is to like talk about what I'm doing. And I'm more comfortable just doing a vlog anyway, because I don't have to like look a certain way to do a vlog.
I hear you. That is so true. Because with sit down videos, I'm like, oh, I have to look decent. And frankly, I just don't always in the middle of the day. I hate to tell you, I'm a stay-at-home mom. Okay, my outfit of choice is sweats and t-shirts and a messy bun. So
I'm not gonna lie. Half the time in my videos where it looks like I'm like put together, I have sweatpants on. But like,
I only 100%. I only look good from the waist up.
Right, a good everyday t-shirt or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I look nice. And then Sam will walk in and be like, what are you wearing? Because like it definitely doesn't go together. And I'm like, I'm recording a video. And he's like,
I want to see that.
He's like, oh, okay. He's like, that makes sense.
Totally. It's totally true. And also you can bet your bottom dollar that if my hair is down in a video, as soon as I turn the video off, it goes back into the messy bun to which it came out of. I can guarantee you that's what
I think it was my wrap up where my hair is natural, but it's down. I had literally just gotten done styling it. Like I had gotten in the shower, I had washed my hair, and I had styled it specifically to film a video. And totally. As soon as the video was over, I put it up into a top knot and put my turban on because I was like, and now we're done looking.
Totally. Okay, I'm going to put us into another sprint. so that I can go actually do that announcement and feed my kid lunch. So that's the plan.
I have to go. She's finally up enough now that she wants to eat. So I have to go feed my kid.
You also have to feed yours. So we'll feed our children and be good parents, and then we'll come back. Okay. Hello, everybody. We had a few people join during that sprint. So let me figure out where we were.
The cat
Hello.
scared me. I wasn't paying attention.
I love that the cat. I feel like BookTube has now just adopted the cat as
Yeah, I think Rye still. I think Rye uses the little tomato timer,
yeah.
but I never hear the chime.
True.
Like me personally, like if it's set for me, because I've used the tomato timer I think twice, and I always miss the stupid chime on my own sprints. And not every, but like Bree from Locked Booktician, she uses like ambiance timers.
I
but
always
not
just end up
everyone-
muting it.
Yeah, not everybody likes those. So like I don't want to use, you know what I mean? Like if I want ambiance, I'll
Mhm.
just turn ambiance on my TV.
Yeah, same. So Danielle joined us in this sprint, and Danielle is the one that we were talking about right before we went with the Dark Academia Readathon. So if you want to go, she's one of the hosts. I know there's like 3, so check
I'll go
that
follow.
out. Hello. There we go. Got it. Michelle's like, oh crap, I gotta get on camera. I love
You know
that,
what's
Michelle. I
funny,
love
though?
that for you.
Ever since doing my own sprints, because I have mine set to like a specific schedule, right? Because if I don't set it to a specific schedule, it would just be so chaotic that like people would be like, oh, I didn't know you were sprinting. And I'd be like, oh, me either. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
personally set my own schedule for that, but also for the people in my house so that they have a schedule of like, oh, Geneva will be I hate my full name. Like, oh, Neva will be, sprinting on this day at this time. That way it's not like, what are you doing? Like, type of thing. But I have been actually yesterday, I was on Michelle and Lexi sprints. I was at work and the cat went off and I pulled my phone out and I was like, oh my gosh, am I sprinting? And I was like, oh no, girl, you don't sprint from your phone.
Oh
What's
no.
wrong
Is
with
this
you?
gonna start happening to me that I think I'm sprinting now?
The only time before that it ever happened was when I was actually sitting physically in front of my computer. Yesterday was the first time it ever happened where I had convinced myself I was sprinting from my phone, which is weird because I've never sprinted from my phone ever.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. It's probably just like you're just, your brain went there.
Right.
Yeah. Habit. Tina read 8%. Nice. And Tia's back. Hello. See, I told you we'd still be here. We said we would still be here. And you listened to one chapter. Tia, oh no, you're doing Heir of Fire, right? Am I right? That I remember that correctly?
Yes. Yeah, she's reading
I was about to ask her what she was reading, and then I was like, oh no. I remember.
I just forgot what page number I left on. Hold on. Okay.
That's fine. I didn't get much done in that sprint. Well, I did like house things, and I read like 20 pages, but like I need to be reading more per sprint, or I'm not going to finish this today.
I did not actually read. I like played a game on my computer and listened. And then what I do is I just like pause. Like if I hear something that I want to mark, I pause it, and then I flip through the book until I find it. But I only have like this much left.
I was going to say, you're getting really close to the end of that.
And that was another 49 pages. But I will say this before anyone's like, girl, how are you listening to it that quickly? I have to listen to audiobooks as quickly as my eyes move across the page. That's how I figure out how fast to listen to audiobooks. So I am listening to this one at 2 times speed. I will say this. I used to not listen, like literally a month ago, 1.5 was like borderline too fast. And ever since really listening, like really getting into audiobooks and like figuring out that I like to listen to them while I'm working and stuff, which at this new job, I will also be able to listen to audiobooks. Yes. So excited. It's been bumped up to 2 times speed because I'm like, wow, this is really slow. One day I might be on Michelle's level because she listens to everything, I think, at 3 times speed.
I honestly don't know how she does it.
I'm not to 3 times speed yet. Now, I did listen to the Charm Offensive, like the very end of the Charm Offensive at 3 times speed because like I just needed to know what was happening. But I also followed along in the ebook for Charm Offensive.
I'm sorry, I just heard a noise. I was like, what is going on? Oh, that's so funny. Yes.
Michelle, are you traveling today?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Aren't you like in a car right now? Traveling somewhere?
I totally forgot that she was traveling. Is that today?
I think Lexi's traveling today too.
Okay, who is on here? Okay, good. I'm glad I remembered which book you were reading. I thought I did.
I try to remember everyone's books too, because I'll be like, "Were you reading this book last sprint?" And they'll be like, "No," and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
My memory's not that good. Hi, Camille. Thanks for joining. And you read one page. What are you reading? What book are you reading?
Yes, tell us.
Finished Kingdom of Ash. Can't believe I finished the series. That's so exciting.
Isn't
That's a big
like
series.
Is that the book series like 7 books?
It's huge.
Okay, I'm gonna have to buy the physical copies before I even attempt it.
It's really big. It's really big. It took me years. Oh, to get to 3 times speed. For a second, Michelle, I had no idea. I was like, it took you years to get to 3 times speed. I think the same with like your reading speed, like your physical reading speed. The more you do, the faster you get. And it's the same with audiobooks, right? I only read with audiobooks, and for, oh, goodness gracious, I just had a moment. I could not read that for the life of me. I only read with audiobooks, and for like 2 years, I've been listening to 2 times speed. I think that I used to time to get used to it. Yeah, and I think that's it. The more you do it, the faster you get. Same with physical reading.
Because honestly, hi Kaylee. Yeah, I went up to 2 times speed within like a month and a half. I think after I listened to so I listened to Ace of Spades, and then I had listened to Ugly Love. I'd read it before, but I wanted to hear the audio. And the male narrator that narrates Miles reads so slow that I had to read. I just sound like Michelle when I said that. That I had to listen to it at 2 times speed. And so the female voice was also at 2 times speed because I was not trying to mess with it enough to like. So I just got used to her voice being that quick. So now I need everyone to be that quick. Except when I listen to Run Rose Run, I listen to that at 1.5 because they all kind of read at the same pace. But it was Run Rose Run was almost performed like a movie. Like it, because I tried to immersion read it and it didn't work. Like I wanted to immersion read it, but they leave out like she said, he said, they said happily, because they want it to be like Dolly Parton wanted it to read like you were listening to a movie, and she did it. She did the thing.
But that's probably it's still probably a great audiobook then.
Oh,
just not for immersion reading.
Full cast. It was 5 stars.
I might pick that up because I do love
Dolly.
Oh,
she's gonna go see Harry Styles.
Oh, okay. She's going Saturday. Got you. I was like, is she in the car? She's been hearing a lot in the car.
Yeah. I know that James Patterson is problematic, okay, and I fully embrace that. I bought the book Run Rose Run, but I literally bought it because it said Dolly Parton on it.
Yeah. It's Dolly, okay? We shall all love Dolly.
And the Walmart version of the book has a poster of Dolly Parton in the back. So
yeah, it takes time to get up to those speeds. Even with each new book, I think you have to start kind of slow for the first couple chapters, and then you can start going.
Speed it up.
Lexi has family at her house, so she can't sprint. Lexi has. How dare she have a life outside of book two?
Okay, so that's what it was.
I thought they were
traveling, but Lexi has family at her house, so they're not doing sprints for the rest of the week because Lexi has family there, and Michelle has Harry Styles on Saturday.
Yeah, because we were planning on ending basically like right now. So because we thought Michelle and Lexi would be going this afternoon, but since they're not, we'll do it for a little bit longer. I don't think we'll go forever, but we'll go for a little longer. I don't think we're gonna do Crystal's idea of 12 hours. Don't anticipate that happening. But yes,
So-
Scribd is finally going up to speed on Apple devices, and God bless. So happy.
So I've always had 2 times speed. So what Scribd did, I don't know if they did this for anyone else on their iPhone, but on my iPhone, they gave me 2 times speed, or I had 2 times speed, and that's where it stopped. And then they gave me 3 times speed, but nothing in between.
Mm-hmm.
It's only been like the last week that they gave me 2.5.
Yeah,
and I was
which
like,
is not helpful to go from 2 to 3 like that. I can't make that jump. Yeah. The defense by Steve Kavanaugh, and you are doing just fine. Don't worry, we are
doing great.
You are doing great. I know. I cannot believe you finished that series. That's so amazing. It's such a big series. So good. I'm really enjoying them. I feel like it might be my favorite Sarah J. Maas. Ooh, series. That's nice.
It's a lot of people's favorite, Throne of Glass. A lot of people seem to like, I think, is it Raven-Haired Reader? I think she's talked about Throne of Glass being her favorite series. Yeah. She's talked about ACOTAR too, but I think she said that Throne of Glass is her favorite.
I think Crescent City is everybody's least favorite, just because I heard very little good things about book 2.
Listen, Rye picked Crescent City as part of my thing, and I bought it as an ebook, and I'm trying to decide if I should just buy the physical book. But like, it's so chunky. Like,
I was gonna say, she picked like the chunkiest book for you,
and I love the chunky book. Listen, Rye was like, "Do you want me to repick on the 24-hour sprints?" She commented, and she's like, "Do you want me to repick?" And I was like, "No, girl. Like, you did the thing." Rye understood the assignment. I asked for 3 to 5 of their favorite books. She gave me 6. And one of the ones that she listed it as ACOTAR series. And I was like, "You want me to read the whole series?" Or so I was like, "I'm just gonna read the next one in ACOTAR that I need to read." That's what I'm gonna do.
I love it. I just read Kaylee's comment, and this is so funny.
This is relatable.
It's like, people who read at normal speed cannot understand. They're like, "What? How do you?" I don't understand. But also 3 times speed. I applaud both of you, but like, I couldn't do it.
So I listen at 2 times speed. Mariah listens at normal 1 time speed. And if we're like when we're in her car, like, I don't say anything because like it's her car. You know what I'm saying? But I like it's hard for me to concentrate on it at 1 time speed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I tried to listen to you, and I was just so like, just to get through my watch later list faster. But then I was like, I'm so used to hearing how people talk on sprints that it felt really weird to hear them sped up. Like I was like, this is not right. My brain couldn't like process like people that I know how they talk sped up.
Yeah.
So I couldn't do it.
I don't speed up YouTube. I'm like Tina. I speed up my audiobooks, but I don't speed up. I tried at one point to speed up YouTube, and all of them sounded funny, and I was like, no. And I don't speed up podcasts, but I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts, so like I need to be able to absorb all of the information.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they're dense with information too, so like you want to like get all of it.
And I listen to a lot of like self-help stuff too.
Oh yeah.
Also with accents.
This is true. With accents that aren't American or Canadian or whatever, as soon as they start getting like British accents, I start to be like, I got to slow this down.
The only exception to this is the man, I can't remember his name right now, but the man that narrates the English or the American, whatever, the non-UK version of Harry Potter, I can speed him up now. But I think it's because I've read Harry Potter so many times that I know what's happening.
Yeah.
And also he pronounces half of the things incorrectly. So if he's sped up, I just ignore it.
Yeah. I just did the Twilight audio and I sped that up because also like I know what's happening. So it's pretty easy to like go faster. Oh, my comment skipped. I'm sorry, Kaylee. I'm glad you liked it. I didn't read it, so I can't speak for me, but I just know I didn't hear the best things.
Honestly, Kaylee's comment gives me hope because Kaylee and I do have similar tastes in books.
Well, there you go. So you might really like it.
Again, she reads more romance than me, but I think Kaylee, out of all of like my, dare I say, bookish friends, you're all my friends, I don't care. Out of all my bookish friends, I think Kaylee and my taste is the closest, other than you and I, because we both read fantasy. But Kaylee also reads fantasy.
Yeah. 100%. I love fantasy. Although I haven't read a fantasy book in well over a month. I need to do that. But rom-comathon is gonna come first. So
I have so many books for rom-comathon. Like I literally went to Walmart yesterday to buy the People We Meet on Vacation because I told my friend I would try it again. I DNF'd it. And I also have Red, White, and Royal Blue that I'm gonna read for rom-comathon. Like Michelle and Aoife have me reading so much romance. It does.
Yeah,
it does.
It is. It's slow. It is slow, especially with certain narrators. It's like insanely slow. That's okay. I think it's fine to do it normal speed. I think do whatever works for you with reading in general. If audiobooks work for you, if physical books work for you, like I think we always put so many rules on reading that is not necessary. So do whatever works for you. She speeds it all up. She's like, I got it.
Like, let them speak gibberish to me.
And so is Michelle. Michelle's like, no, can't do it. Also enjoyed Crescent City, but it was a ton of info. Yeah. Sometimes that happens with fantasy. It can be like info dumpy.
This is why I'm wondering, because I do have like a million of these little tabs because I bought, I don't know, they came with like 2,000 tabs or something ridiculous for like $10. So I'm really thinking about just getting Crescent City and just tabbing it because I feel like it'll be one that I keep on my shelf because I really want all of Sarah J. Maas's backlist. So
yeah, I've heard really good things about the first book. I just didn't hear very good things about the second, but Kaylee likes it, so I could be wrong. Again, I didn't read it. I'm trying to speed up Netflix, and I think that the TV show is timing important at least. Yeah. I feel like I just need to speed up. Like I was trying to speed up YouTube the other day just because my watch later list is like long.
Ridiculous. Mine too.
It's overwhelming and it's like
so I don't want to get in the habit of speeding up like Netflix or anything because I watch shows with Sam and it already bothers him that I like can speed read YouTube video titles. Because there was one day he was like, find something to watch on YouTube. And I was just like flipping through. And he's like, he was like, I can't read that quickly. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. So I had to like slow down. And he's like, are you actually reading them that fast? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, what titles did you see? They were all like news. And I like told him all of the headlines I had just read. And he was like, this is why you read so many books a month.
That's a really good point, Tina, about like sitcoms and stuff, because the comedic timing is like important to like how the structure of the show works. That's a really good point. Yeah. So another Crescent City lover. I do plan on reading Crescent City. Maybe I should just read it with you.
Let's go.
When are you reading it? Before I commit, when are you
Honestly, I can read it whenever because I'm not going to lie to you. The only one that I actually did in order was the first one, and I still have one book to finish. The rest of them, because I'm a mood reader, I've just picked up books, and I'm not giving any like dates or anything for when books are read, like in the videos, because the clips, like I could do one clip for a video and then not do another one for like 2 weeks. So I'm not giving any kind of like time frame. My goal is just to have one video up per month. So the first one is actually almost edited. I just have to finish the last book, and then that one will go up. And after that, I'm just kind of reading. I'm keeping in mind the books that people have requested for the project, but I'm just sort of reading them as I read them. So if there's a time that works best for you to read it, let me know, because I can just film the vlog clips and splice it in. It's really not a big deal.
Okay. I'll look at my calendar and let you know. This month definitely matters because I'm drowning this month, but yeah. Not this month. And Bookopoly was a little mean to me, so maybe October, unless that's too long.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
because
let's
at
do
this
it.
point, I have enough content to last me. If I do one video a month, that's 6 months worth of content.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just filmed my rolls for Bookopoly. I haven't done the sit down, but it wasn't actually mean. I didn't get a lot of doubles, but the ones I landed on did not work for the books that I actually need to read for read-alongs, book clubs. Do you understand? So like, it wasn't that I got a ton of extra rolls. It's just that I still need to add like 14 other books because none of them fit any of the prompts I landed on. And I was like, you are mean Bookopoly. So
you're like, cool. So then I can't even double up. Thanks for that.
So I have like September TBR of like 20 books. And I'm like, well, that's just not going to happen. Let's all be honest. You'll watch the video. You'll go, that was a cute video. And you all know Brittany's not actually going to read all of those books. And we're just going to move on. Okay.
They'll be like, yeah, everybody can just be like, well, that was a cute idea. Good try.
And then when Mariah.
Yeah. I'm nervous to read Throne of Glass. I'm nervous to read Sarah J. Maas, but I do want to. I do. Yeah, it's hard, right? Because you want to support all your friends on YouTube. Like, these are actually like, that's the thing with the book community. It's like, it's not just people that I like casually watch. It's like friends. Like like, you are my friend. I talk to you all more than I talk to like people in my life that I see physically.
Yes.
So like, but like, the more you do that, the more you have more booktube friends, and the more you're like, oh dear, I have 500 videos to watch. And
honestly, I paid for YouTube Premium so that I could listen to people's YouTube videos like you would listen to a podcast. And like, I'm about to ask Sam to just put me on his, because I'm not really trying to pay $15 every month for YouTube Premium. And he already has it. So he could just add, like, he was like, it's like $5 to add another person. And I was like, I'll give you the $5, dude. Like, but then I can like turn my phone, off and put it in my pocket and listen that way. So I'm not seeing the video, but I make sure to like listen to it and hit the like button. And sometimes I'll just play it on my TV if I just need background noise, because then everybody's stuff is getting watched, but also like, I still feel like I'm supporting people. I hope you do.
Excited. She's converting us. She's like, you converting you too.
She's like, come to the dark side. Come.
You follow the light, see the light, move toward it. Come on. And with that, we are caught up on comments. So I'm going to start us into another sprint. Are you good for a few more sprints, or should we do more? I'm good too. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Me too. I got nowhere to go.
My child has to, she did something she shouldn't have done yesterday, and she apologized to me for it, but she didn't do it to me. So she did it to Mariah. So I was like, it's nice and all that you apologize to me, but you have to apologize to Mariah. So like, at this point, because she still hasn't apologized and Mariah leaves for work in like 20 minutes, probably we're gonna be in the house all day. So.
Gotcha. But this is learning lessons, life lessons are being learned and taught.
And I was like, you have to. And she's like, well, can we go to the park? And I was like, not unless you apologize. So like, probably no.
So probably no. But life lessons. I always went like with my son, I was like, okay, but you know what? Like, everything is a lesson, and we need to learn these to be functional humans in life and not horrible people. So this is what we'll do. Also, I'll probably finish this book because it says I only have 36 minutes left. So. Oh, you totally got it. I definitely won't be, but okay. I'm nowhere near the end of mine, but yay for Neva. Okay. Let's go. For a second, I was like, what am I supposed to click now that the cat went off? Like, I just had a moment. I was just like, I'm supposed to do something, but like,
Sometimes I just stare at it for a minute, and then I'm
That
like,
was
oh, I'm not live. Like people
literally,
are
I was like, what do I do?
fine.
I
I
made it.
finished.
Oh, go ahead.
I finished my book.
Yay.
Listen, like there's so many tabs in here. Like, look.
Oh, you like totally went hog.
So the pink tabs are just like things that I liked. Not necessarily liked. Not all that I liked.
Enjoyed.
Not even enjoyed, because there's definitely a quote in here where where Atlas tells Lily that she sounds like her mother because her mother was abused too. And I was like, ah! Basically, they're just quotes. Is the pink, and I started with only doing pink tabs because they matched the book. But then I was like, I need something that differentiates the abuse. So anywhere that she is warned about Ryle, because she's warned a couple times by his sister, or anywhere that she's actually like being abused on page, is tabbed in the blue.
Oh, nice.
So
Nice. We had a few people show up during that sprint.
hi,
I
Ollie.
got to 50%, so I'm happy. I got to 50%, which I have about half the day left. So like so far we're looking great, honestly.
You're on track.
I am on track. I'm doing fine. I am really curious about this book. I read The Widow by it's Fiona Barton. That's her name. And it was okay. I gave it 3 stars. But I'm really interested by this book. So I'm like, are you liking it? Please let me know, because like I would be willing to give her another shot, especially with this book, because I think it sounds interesting. And Camille would like to know as well.
Yeah, I've never read anything by that author.
I've only read The Widow, and it's a series, but the series follows like a reporter. Okay. So it's like a crime series, but it follows the reporter, and the reporter was my least favorite character in the book. Like I didn't like the reporter, so I was like, why would I follow a series that follows my least favorite character from this book?
Right.
But this isn't part of that series, so I would be still interested. And ML joined us. Hello.
Can I say hi to Emma?
Sure, come on.
Yes.
Come say hi. Ollie's on too. Come, it's fine. You can say hi to
Ari,
Brittany.
come say hi.
Say hi.
Hi, Ari. How are you?
You're not gonna talk? Okay.
She's like, I don't know who that lady is, but like, I'm not talking to her.
Brittany. Remember she was on the 24-hour sprint. Remember? Yeah.
Kaylee got to page 184. Nice.
Right.
Michelle just sat down. That's nice. I'm sorry that we interrupted your just sitting down, but you know, it's been a day. Sorry, Michelle. That sucks. I've had those days where it's like, usually it'll be like, I just sit down and then my son will be like, Mom. And I'm like, oh, okay.
No, she's not on the sprint. She has family.
Tina did not read. Man, we are having, this sprint was not good. It was good for us. I hit 50%. You finished your book, but though everybody else had a tough go.
I also put away laundry and started sorting laundry so I can wash it. So I feel like I was very productive this sprint.
Extremely productive. 20 pages. Oh, memorable quotes. That might be a good way to explain your tabs.
They're definitely like memorable quotes. And things that I can discuss. I think we might be extending when we're talking about this book. We're supposed to talk about it next Friday.
Is this like a physical, not a physical book, like a book club in your real life, or is it an online book club?
It's online. It's through Zoom. Because like I'm part of another community. I don't know if anyone knows like what Hustle Sanely is or who Jessica Massey is, but she has the Hustle Sanely BFF membership. So like I'm in that community, and you pay like, I don't know how much I pay, to be honest. I think it's like $20 a month or something. I pay quarterly. Tina said hi to you.
There's a couple of highs for Ari.
I'm sure ML said hi too. They're on the same
Jump
line.
back up.
But I will answer this question in just a second. I volunteered myself because someone was, when we were doing the Bible study, was like, we should have a fiction book club. And I just was like, I'll do it. It's fine. But this is the book that everyone voted on so that we can read It Starts With Us in October. But there's a couple girls that have not finished this book yet, and I don't want to rush them to finish it. Like, I want them to be able to enjoy it. So I'm waiting to see if everyone wants to extend it. Put that down, please. That is breakable. Put it down. I don't know yet. I'm thinking about extending it to November and then just talking about both books at the same time. What did I rate this? It's still a solid 5-star. Things happened differently than I thought. First of all, no, I'm not making the iced coffee right now. Put that down, please. I will say this. There's far less abuse than I remember, which is good, I suppose, because like I was bracing myself. It happens, like the first incident happens way later in the book, and there's only 6 tabs that are blue.
That is really only when you think of a Colleen Hoover.
So I'm like, okay, that's not bad for a Colleen Hoover book.
Do you know if she meant this to be a series or if she just added a second book because the first one did well?
I believe that from the statements she's made, this was supposed to be a standalone because she wrote it about her mother. So this was supposed to be a standalone.
That always scares me.
Because people were like, oh, It Starts With Us must be like a prequel or from Atlas's point of view or something. And she's come out and said that it's a continuation because people were very confused by sneak peeks and stuff that she was giving on Instagram and TikTok. And so she came out on Instagram and made a statement. No, Ari. And if you want water, go downstairs and get some. There's still bottled water downstairs by the door. She came out and made a statement that it's a continuation. It takes place like a week or something after this book ends. So it's a very quick continuation because by the time that the epilogue in this book wraps up, it's a year later. It doesn't say that, but it's like 11 months after everything in this book happened because her and Ryle are in a relationship for 5 years. So you get 5 years.
Gotcha. Tina also gave it 5 stars. I mean, I haven't met a Colleen Hoover I haven't liked, so that's a thing. Okay, you're not really liking it. See, I didn't like The Widow. So that concerns me about Local Woman Missing. And it's the reason I didn't request the arc for it because I hate requesting arcs for books that I don't think I'm going to like because I don't want to have to write a bad review. So if I think it's questionable, I tend not to ask. So good to know. I still might pick it up because I sound interesting, but like I'm hesitant because I didn't like the one book I read. So.
Right.
It's always scary. On lunch, happy to be away from work. Yes. I don't know how much I'm at. I'm at 27%.
27%. That's good.
That's really good. Like it mentions a music festival, and I thought the whole thing was going to be during that, and it wasn't that relevant. It's more about small town girl stuff. I hate synopsises that make a book sound like what it's not. Like it's so frustrating.
You know who's good at doing that?
Who?
Who's good at doing that? Colleen Hoover. This is why I don't read Colleen Hoover synopses because she does that. Like Ugly Love? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Like you put like not even the tip of the iceberg on the back of that book.
Can I sit?
ML says hello to you.
Oh.
Oh.
Can you please scooch?
Why am I scooching? You want to come say hi to ML? Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, Tina, I totally agree because I just read Lisa Jewell's second book for The Family Upstairs, The Family Remains. And that was
Ooh.
one that was not meant to have a sequel, but because it was popular, she like got talked into having a sequel. And frankly, I wish she hadn't. I wish she would have left it alone. So that concerns me when it was never meant to have one. But if anyone can pull it off, it's Colleen Hoover. So, you know, I will.
Yeah.
But it always concerns me when it was never meant to be. And it's just more like popular. Because sometimes there's not much to tell. So then you're just going crazy. And you should have just left it well enough alone. But with Colleen Hoover, I'll you know, probably fine. Cooking food for your sister. Do you think you'll read the new one? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to read the new one. I don't know.
For
Local woman missing. Local woman missing. I'm going back and forth on it. I don't think so, but we'll see.
Is she talking about Local Woman Missing, or is she talking about It Starts With Us?
Oh, she might be talking It Starts With Us.
Because there's a thing down here talking about she didn't know she was planning to write a sequel. I think she's.
Oh, then yeah, you're probably right.
I'm committed to reading It Starts With Us because my book club voted for it. Also, I've already pre-ordered it. So I'm committed to reading it. And probably, even if I don't like it as much as I like this one, I will leave it on my shelf because my goal is to have all of Colleen Hoover's books on my shelf. So,
yeah.
Because I love Colleen Hoover is an auto-buy author for me at this point. I've liked the lowest I've ever given a Colleen Hoover book is a 4-star.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like I love her so much that like I just don't see why I wouldn't pick up anything she's written. So so don't get me wrong, I'm happy about a second book. Yeah, me too, but it's always scary. The way Book Talk advertises books, it's not accurate to the actual book. It's true. Book Talk is highly deceiving. When something gets really popular in Book Talk, I'm always terrified to pick it up because I'm like, I need to read it because everyone's reading it, but like y'all, I don't necessarily trust it. Wait till it ends with just takes so. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I haven't read it though, so I did not know that. Yeah, I was not aware. I do want to read. I think I'm gonna like maybe do a vlog of reading the whole series. Maybe.
So yes. Okay, so it ends with us. And I only know this because there's a part in here. I don't want to spoil anything because I'm trying to think. There's a part in here towards the end where Lily has to go tell her mother something that has happened. And in telling her mother that something has happened, she also has to explain what's been going on with her and Ryle as far as like the abuse is going on. That's not a spoiler. Okay. Everyone knows that there's abuse. When she tells her mother that, she makes a comment to her mom about like she's stuck around with him for 5 years or something. So their relationship is 5 years because like we see them and then like they happen to meet each other accidentally and then 6 months later they run into each other again. That's how it happens. And so then it's 5 years over that. Like their relationship is 5 years.
Gotcha. So, yeah. And Crystal's back. Hello.
Hello, Crystal.
I need to get on TikTok. I need to get TikTok onto pressuring my favorite authors. I need more sequels. Yes, use it to your advantage.
I have problems following Book Talk. Now, Sam will send me Black Book Talk videos, and those are pretty accurate, but I can't follow the romance side of Book Talk. That comment was from ML.
Yeah, I figured. And yes, she was talking about it. It starts with us. So I'm glad you
knew
what she's talking about. I have read one Karen Slaughter book, and it was Pretty Girls. And I enjoyed it. I gave it 4 stars. I will say, like, it is one of the most graphic thrillers I've ever read. So just keep that in mind.
I have read no Karen Slaughter, but I got this from Book of the Month. And then people were like, oh, there's a book that comes before it. Pieces of Her.
Yeah, Pieces of Her.
I haven't read Pieces of Her, But Kaylee and I were talking about it on the 24 Hour Sprints, and she's like, I'm just gonna read Girl Forgotten. Because I do want to read Piece of Her because I want to watch the show that's on Netflix or the movie or whatever it is that they made on Netflix that's based off of it. But from what I'm understanding, this is just one of those detective series where it follows the same detective. So there may or may not be Easter eggs between each book. Like how JD Robb does her books.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna read it, and if it makes no sense, then I'll get Pieces of Her.
I will say I did enjoy it. I wish I would have. For some reason, I missed the people telling me it was as graphic as it was. So I think I was just more shocked because I didn't go in expecting that. I was expecting it to be like your average thriller, and it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
And I could tell by the Pieces of Her trailer that she's dark and dark.
It's very. She's a sick-minded lady, but I enjoyed the book, but it's a lot. So just keep that in mind. I've only read Verity and Layla, and I loved both of those. I need to try some other books. I haven't read Layla yet, but like I need to.
Really, if anyone needs Colleen Hoover recommendations, I will gladly give them to you. You know what? On this next sprint, I'm gonna see if that Colleen Hoover vlog is actually edited. I think it's fully edited, and I'm gonna put it up.
Then you should post it,
and then y'all can watch it. It's just I got
we'll
scared
all go over there and watch it
because it took me so long to edit it that it ran into like July with editing, and I was like, no one wants to watch this now. But I do read three books. I either read 2 or 3 books in the course of it. I did Soft DNF Never Never because by the time that I got to that one, it's an amnesia romance, and my brain was fried, and I was like, I don't know what's happening. But I am planning on actually picking that one back up next month because I do want to read.
We just read Verity, and I still like Verity is going to be one of my best books of the year.
Verity lives rent free in my mind. So.
Facts. Yeah, Karen Slaughter, it's gruesome. I enjoyed it, but it's a lot. So keep that in mind. And Michelle said the same thing. Yeah, it's dark. It's crazy. Yeah, I've read Pretty Girls by her, and it's gruesome, but it's really good. And I agree. I really enjoyed it, but I just think you should know it going in that it's
dark.
It's a lot. I rented 2 years ago,
she has another comment underneath it.
Oh, good. I read it. Oh, thanks. Because I was like, what? I read it 2 years ago and over 11 hours. So I don't remember every detail. Yeah. Which Karen Slaughter should I read? Okay. The only one I've read is Pretty Girls. So if someone in the comments has an opinion.
So I've heard that. So if you follow Bree from Locked Booktition, she really liked Pieces of Her. So if you care about her recommendations, that's my YouTube mama, so I care about all of her recommendations. But if you care about that, I know that she has said to read Pieces of Her. She's told me to read Pieces of Her, if I'm going to be honest. So
yeah, that's one of the ones where trigger warnings would have been great because it's not a spoiler. It's just a, hey, that's the one I got. I'm assuming that means the book that you have by Karen Slaughter is the one she got as an ARC.
Oh, Girl Forgotten?
Yeah.
You want to buddy read it, Crystal? We can buddy read it. So
That'll
we can
help
love or hate
it
together. Because this was an early release on Book of the Month, I'm pretty sure.
I think it just came out.
Or yeah, but I think like when we could order it, it was labeled as because what's weird is that it didn't say usually. So first of all, usually they would bring out, I don't think they put Pieces of Her on Book of the Month. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me. But they also didn't say anything about it being a sequel because I read the thing. Like I read the synopsis before picking it. Actually, maybe they do have Pieces of Her because maybe I was going to add that as an add-on and then I was like, no, can't really afford an add-on this month. So what I'll probably do is for September, if they have Pieces of Her still available on Book of the Month, I'll add that as an add-on so I have it. And I'm going to need a whole shelf just for Book of the Month.
I was like, why don't they ship to Canada? Like it makes me so sad. They look so pretty all lined up with their little spines all matching and I'm just like, I want that in my life.
It almost makes me want to be like, just put my address and then I'll just ship it to Canada.
It makes me so sad. Last one I read, the reason I didn't like it was because of the Easter egg writing.
Got you.
Right. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been told you don't need to read the first one. Okay. So there. So you're probably okay not to read Pieces of Her.
I mean, listen, I'm just
gonna
read Girl Forgotten, and if it doesn't make sense, then I'll get Pieces of Her. It'll be fine.
Yeah, totally. In my opinion, the book isn't about hating him. It's about seeing her and understanding who she is.
Yeah, she's talking about
that's about Colleen Hoover, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Like, don't read the author's note until you read the book. Like, there's a reason that the author's note is at the end. She even says at the top that it's recommended that you do not read the author's note until the end, because there are spoilers in the author's note, because she explains what the story is to her. But it definitely, I think for me, this one hit so close to home because she's not in here, so I can say it. Because Ariana's biological father was like this too, but his got just worse. I will say this. I understand why. Okay. I said that I didn't understand the appeal of Ryle. I understand it if what you're looking for from him is a character arc, because it like a character development arc, which I kind of hope that we get in the next book, is we get some kind of character. I mean, he has character development in this book too. There's like trauma from his past and all that stuff, which like is fine, but like go to therapy. But also I understand, and I'm glad that she wrote it the way that she did and the ending that she did. But also I'm glad that Colleen Hoover dug deep enough to be like, now, okay, I understand why people don't leave, instead of how we get a lot of domestic violence books where they're like, well, she was just too weak. Like, no, almost never is it that. Okay. And also statistically, anyone in an abusive relationship will leave up to 7 times before they actually, well, go back up to 7 times before they actually leave. Okay, Kaylee, I will post the comment.
You have a few people saying, including myself, post the Colleen Hoover vlog.
I will
finish November 9th and planning to read Verity soon. I telling you, read Verity. Keep in mind, it's a lot, but it's worth it.
Also, keep in mind, this doesn't really spoil anything because they talk about the manuscript on the back. Okay. But you're going to have to pick a side. So there's 2 distinct sides, and people are going to be like, which side? Now, some people will say that they're in the middle. I'm team manuscript. I'm sorry.
100%. I don't 100%. 100%.
But people will ask you which side you're on. And Colleen Hoover does have which side she wanted people to be on. You can watch that if you want, but for me, and I have watched it, but for me, it's more fun to be like, which side though?
I love this. That Karen Slaughter, she was hilarious. Yeah. I've actually seen an interview with her, and she's actually very different. Like, she reads such dark books, but she's like really not like that in person, which is really interesting. Yeah, I do hate him, and he doesn't matter to her story.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the Coho vlog spoilery? Good
no. So I purposely shot the Colleen Hoover vlog in such a way that it was not spoilery. I will go back and rewatch it just to make sure. And if there are spoilers in it that I can't edit out for some reason, I don't think there are. But if there are, I will put a clip in the beginning saying, hey, so sorry, this has spoilers. But from what I remember, I purposely was very vague in talking about the 2 or 3 books that I read, because I wanted everyone to be able to watch them without it spoiling anything. So,
and Kaylee's heading out, so she's probably already gone. Bye-bye. And yes, post the Coho vlog. We want to see it.
That sucker's been sitting on my computer since June.
And yes, and he's not Team Manuscript. I don't know how you could not be, but I'm sure there's a reason for your choices.
So my friend who is not Team Manuscript said that she's not Team Manuscript because Verity is an author.
Sure, but like
the
whole no, I can't say what I think about that because it's spoilery. So I will have to chat with you not on live about that.
I would never publish anything I've written. Okay. But even if I was writing for the sake of writing, I don't think I would come up with that.
Especially as a parent. Okay, and that's all I can say. The rest we'll have to talk about not live.
Also calling her that Ryle's happily ever after was having his job being around his daughter. Yeah, that's true. So here's the thing. I'm glad that Ryle got the ending that he got. I'm not a person that's like, he should have had XYZ happen to him. I feel like when you find out the reasons that Ryle reacts to things the way that he does, cool. Like, Mom, it's under. Can I go and take my trash out now? Yes, you may take your trash out. Go ahead.
Mom, but I know how to take the baggie out, but I do not know how to put a new one in.
That's fine. Just take it out. You can take it outside. She likes to take out her trash. Anyways.
Shit.
Okay, go ahead.
Mariah did not be mad at me and then get me in trouble.
Okay, no one's gonna be mad if you go outside with no shoes. It's fine. It's fine. Put shoes on if you want. I think your sandals might be downstairs, or put your slippers on. I'm glad that he got the happily ever after, whatever. I'm glad that he got the ending that he got. I'm not one that's like, I don't like Ryle. Like, I just don't like him. Your socks are in the top bucket. But
thank you for putting all my clothes in there.
You're welcome. But I'm glad that he got the ending he got. That's really all I can say. I'm glad that everyone got the endings that they got.
I always find this even when I vlog. I'm like, how do I say this and my thoughts without saying anything that I can't say? It's like, this is so hard because like you just want to explain everything, but obviously you can't always do that. I'm not going to lie. The other sprints, Neva, when lots of folks were talking about Verity, Al and I got too curious. Not enough to actually read the book. We read an entire spoiler review summary.
So you can easily do that because totally. I know a couple people that did that because they had read the trigger warnings and knew they couldn't handle the triggers. So now,
and then you at least know what everyone's going on about on sprints or whatever.
I went into Verity blind. I kind of wish I hadn't done that.
Yeah.
But I went into Verity. Now, people said like people said that like, oh yeah, it's a thriller, a romantic thriller. So I was like, all right, cool. And I had read enough thrillers by that point. Like I was real into my thriller era. So I was like, it's fine. Because I had already read. No. I had already read It Ends With Us. So I was like, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Here, put your tights on. And I went into it blind and read it in less than 24 hours.
My butt.
It's fine.
Nobody
can see you. You're not on camera. And I definitely tell people not to do that. I definitely tell people, please go look at the triggers because
it's a lot.
Oof. It was too much. It was. Yeah, I really wish I had not gone into it like that, which is why now I at least check. I don't usually read Colleen Hoover's synopses because you don't give me enough, but I will check trigger warnings before picking up a Colleen Hoover book.
Well, it's pretty easy to find those now, thankfully, thanks to like Storygraph and places like that. Team Manuscript, yes. And as an author myself, shaking my head, just no.
Right.
And I agree. I just can't see it. Like I just cannot. I can't.
Maybe, I mean, I guess I could. Okay, Ari, I suppose I could be wrong. But the nature of the manuscript that she wrote, I just can't see writing that unless it was
No.
real.
No, me
It's
neither.
okay.
I can't. I just, I can't. And now she goes into all Colleen Hoover's blind. But I'm kind of mad at myself because I loved her as I watched a spoiler section of a vlog of Verity, and I wish I didn't know the spoiler. Yeah. I can understand that. Okay. So I'm going to put us into our last sprint. We're going to do one more. And because we'll have been going for like 6 hours.
Right.
So we're going to do one more. And let me get the banner up for the people who hop in. And let's go. There we go. Hold on, let me turn this banner off. I've had enough of that. I have had enough of that. Okay. How did everybody do? That was our last sprint. But Neva, did you start a new book that you didn't mention this morning? So I was like, that was not, I don't know what she has in her hand, but it was nothing that I've seen.
So I did. I read 2 chapters of I'm Not Dying With You Tonight. It's really good, but I can only listen. It's heavy. People are shooting each other and things, and I'm only like 8 chapters in.
Oh dear.
It really went from like 0, not even 0 to 60, like 0 to 100. Like it went from like these are your main characters to we're having a race war. Like that's
right on. So it's like super heavy.
Yeah, it's very heavy. So I did read 2 chapters of that, which was a total of like 22 pages. And then I have okay, so I have a couple of friends that want to buddy read Addie LaRue next month.
Oh.
So I'm setting this down because I'm bored. So I was like, I will still, and at this point, like my TBR game has failed. Okay, and I'm just gonna start over fresh next month because I'll have the Gilmore Girls game for next month. So I did make it like 70 pages into Addie LaRue, which is farther than I made it the last time. Yes.
Can we sing something with the microphone for BFFs?
Maybe in a little bit, not right now. Go play in your room, please. Go wash your face. You have yogurt all over your face. Go wash your face.
I don't have any yogurt.
Okay, go wash your face with water, please. So I'm gonna set this down. Like I have the audio.
That you were gonna sing for me?
Okay, yes. When I'm done doing this, I will. Go. So if I want to pick it back up, I will. But I think I might sell this on Pango.
I don't blame you. Like I said, I only gave it 3 stars. And for the reasons, I think we've kind of discussed my reasons, and I think you agreed with my reasons.
Yeah.
So it's like,
and I want to love it. Like I wanted to love this book because it seems to be such a beloved book. And I'm 70 pages in and I can't make myself go any further. So
I thought it was a super beloved book too when I read it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm the only person who hates this book. Like people are going to hate me. And then I realized that it's actually like either you love it or you're like us and you're like, yeah, it's actually more like a split down the middle. Like I think you either adore it or you are like, why does she make these decisions? And like, this is the most repetitive book ever. So.
And I feel like The House Across the Lake by Riley Sager is the same way. And I liked that. I gave that one 5 stars.
Sometimes it's the writing style and the characters too, though. Like if you like the characters more.
Yeah. And like this book is just dense. Like I'm looking at the next chapter that I'm supposed to be reading. There's no dialogue for like half the chapter. Like, so it's just us following her bad decisions and her being like, no one remembers me the whole time. Like, of course they don't, because you are dumb. It's fine. So I picked up You're Invited, which was my July book for book of the month. I know that this has really mixed reviews, but I got 16 pages in and I'm enjoying this. Like, it's got me intrigued. I know that some people I don't know if it's that they don't like the twist. I'm not really sure because I didn't do a lot of digging into why people didn't like this. But I know that a lot of people were saying like it wasn't worth the money. But I mean,
book of the month though, it's not that bad.
I use a book of the month credit. So like to me, that's like using an Audible credit to buy like a book you didn't like. You know what I'm saying? And I could sell this if I wanted to. I probably won't just because it's book of the month. Yeah. But yeah, I think Miss Addie and I are going to part ways. I think I'm going to just
post it up on. Yeah. Tia commented, she's like, you're not the only one who doesn't love Addie. And I agree. And it's dense for no reason. And it
is dense for no reason. And when I buddy read it with Cassie and who am I buddy reading with? Cassie and Amanda next month, I will just listen to the audio. The audio is enjoyable enough. I don't need a 400 plus page book sitting on my shelf taking up room that I'm not going to physically read.
I was not a
So
fan.
I'm
Yay,
selling on
finished your book. That's exciting.
Woo-hoo!
It was Business and Pleasure by Octavia Jensen. I didn't love it, but it was an okay read. So good that you finished it. Sucks that you didn't love it, but you win some, you lose some.
Right.
I feel like I listened to a lot of this book and there's still a lot left. This book never ends.
It's never ending.
It never ends. Okay, very good. That's the Fiona Barton one, right? I think.
That's the one that we were all talking about.
I got a dent in my cozy mystery and got ready to go shopping, run for my parents. They are quarantined. Oh, that sucks that they're quarantined. I hope they're not too sick, or are they just quarantining because they were away? Or everywhere has different quarantine rules now, so we have like none.
Yeah, I saw that. But I'm gonna read it
we
now.
We have basically none. So,
yes. So I saw that it was that this was on Kayla's picks for October, but I'm gonna read it now because it fulfills a prompt for my friend. My friend Kristen is doing I'm co-hosting it. I don't really know what that means, but my name is on it, so it's fine. But she's doing like a Harry Potter themed like reading challenge from August to October, and I was gonna use this book because I needed a book that was the colors of the house you feel like you belong to. Like my house is Hufflepuff. Okay. So
yellow and black.
Use this, but I can't use this because I only read 70 pages. So I'm going to use this one instead.
Yeah. Well, and you can still participate in the book club, even if you read it now, because you'll remember what happened in a month. It's only a month away.
Talk about it. So.
I enjoyed it when I read it with book club, but my sister wanted to throw it against the wall. I'm assuming this is Addie.
I just feel like I just feel like after 70 pages, there should be some kind of character development. And there's just it's just her complaining that no one knows her. And then people like forgetting about her and being like, are you a spirit or a stranger? And she's like, a stranger. And then they like go in their house, close the door, they walk away from her and they don't remember her. Yeah. And then she's like, boo-hoo, they don't remember me. Like, man.
Also, if you want to see a good version of that book, which this is not related to the book, but the movie is excellent. It's The Age of Adeline.
Yes, I love that movie.
It's such a good movie. And I don't understand how the book and movie have nothing to do with each other because, frankly, it's the same woman's name and basically the same premise. But the movie is better.
The movie was based off of the book. So I don't know if it's because it came.
No, the movie came first.
Did the movie come first?
Mm-hmm. Which I don't understand. Or it was released first. So I would assume they had nothing to do with each other. It just is an odd coincidence.
I mean, okay, Ari, go. Please.
Frankly, just watch the movie. It's really good.
Or playing quietly. But yes, it's the Addie LaRue and Age of Adeline are the same premise.
But like the movie's so much better.
But it's so weird to me that like you took that premise and then you made a 500-page book that is so dense that if I threw it out the window, it would take someone out. Like but it makes me not want to read any other V.E. Schwab because I know she writes like young adult too. And like I wanted to read it because it's supposed to be like fantasy. And now I'm just like, this is historical fiction, which like I don't really like historical fiction anyway. But it has like
and I still didn't like it.
Fantasy aspect. So I was like, I can get behind a fantasy aspect, right?
Yeah.
I'm just bored. Like honestly, like the first couple of chapters were my favorite part. Like the first chapter and the second chapter where she's talking, or the first chapter and then a couple chapters in. So the first chapter where she like goes home with the guy a couple nights or whatever, but by the morning he forgets about her. I was like, oh, that's intriguing. And then when she talks about like her parents before they forget who she is, like intriguing, you know.
Yeah.
But anything
else, but once and you haven't even gotten to the worst part because the rest of the book is so repetitive because she keeps getting forgotten. But like it should, like, yes, you're meeting different people. So like, yes, even though you keep having to relive kind of the similar things, people react to you differently. But like for some reason, they don't in this book. Like everyone just kind of treats her the same. And I'm like, these characters are all different humans. They would do different things. Like people have different personalities. Why is this book so repetitive? And it really drove me nuts. It was really a book because I love historical. Yeah, because I love historical fiction. I read a lot of historical fiction. So it's not that it's historical fiction. It's just like, it's not good. It's not bad. I gave it 3 stars. It's not horrible, but it's not good.
I'm just gonna not give any stars. I'm just gonna call it.
City of Ghosts, I haven't read by V.E. Schwab yet, but I want to. It's her middle grade, and I think I might like her middle grade the best, potentially. Just
so I want to bring this up really quick. So someone in the comments suggested we do a Verity live show.
Yeah.
So the date that you gave me, which is Saturday the 27th, I'm free that day. I don't work on Saturday.
Then let's just do it that day. Let's do it that day.
So we can do it that day. It looks like it's going to be on my channel.
Yeah.
So I will bring my copy of Verity that's all tabbed up. Everyone. So if you guys want to come hang out and do a Verity live show,
it's going to be spoilery, but come hang out with us.
We probably won't do like a spoil-free version because like there's spoil-free section because there's really no way to talk about Verity without spoiling it.
We'll just be like, we'll just go into it. It's just going to be what it is.
But I'm going to put in the title, like spoil-filled Verity live show. Like I'm going to put it in there.
Absolutely.
And I am going to make a little banner that says
because I want to discuss it with you. Like I want to discuss it. And we can't do that with not doing spoilers because it's just too hard. It's too hard.
It's too hard. If you guys want to come hang out, I will schedule that after we're done here today, so that I do not forget because I will forget. And we will do that because that sounds so fun. And I don't think
thank you, Amy, for that idea too. Like
yes, I couldn't remember who suggested it, but yes,
Amy I think. Thank you so much. If I scroll all the way back, I may find the comment. Yeah. It was Amy. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, because there's really there's no way to really. Verity is one that you can't discuss it without spoiling it. It's the only way to talk about it. So that's why I have such a hard time talking. I can suggest it to people, but when they're like, "Well, what did you like about it?" I'm like, I can't tell you because I'll ruin it. So sorry.
Oh, and we appreciate those too, Tia. You were so sweet. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Thank you so much. I won't lie. I did that with, was it House Across the Lake that Kayla did from Books of Lala? Was that the live show she did? She did a live show pretty recently, and I hadn't read the book yet, but I wanted her to get the view. So I turned on my TV and put headphones, it was muted, but I put headphones on and Sam walked in and he was like, "Are you playing a video on mute?" And I was like, "She needs the view, but I haven't read the book yet." And he was like, "Wow," and walked out.
We love it. We love it. And yes, you have until the 27th to read it. And honestly, it's a really quick read. I read Verity in 18 hours? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I read it in fast. Just under 24 hours, and this last time I read it in 12 hours, but that was mostly because it was just a reread for me. So I was mostly rereading it in order to tab things.
And yes, August 27th. I don't know what time, whatever Neva schedules it for. So just everybody, Neva's link is in the description, although I am almost positive all of you are subscribed to her because she's been around longer than me. But if you are not, her link is in the description. Go over there and subscribe. And if you are here and not subscribed to me, feel free to do that too.
Right. And give a like too.
We've got lots of stuff going on. Trust me. Me and her, all of a sudden, we're like anything. We're like, let's do this. Let's do that. We're doing things.
We're bookish besties. It's fine. I'm so glad.
We have claimed each other as besties. So you're going to see tons of stuff.
Sam was actually.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So it was that book. Okay. So
Yeah.
Sam was actually making fun of me because I was like, because I was like hyping myself up last night because he worked till 8:30. So we didn't even get home till 9. And then I was like, I have sprints at 10. So I'm like in the car and I'm like hyping myself up. I was like, all right, do sprints at 10, be done by like 12:30. I can take a shower, go to bed by like 1, so I can be up at 7:45. And he's like, what are you getting up at 7:45 on a day off for? And I was like, I got sprints with Brittany. And he's like, oh, Brittany. He's like, your book bestie. And I was like, yeah. I was like, and I'm going to be there. Like, I'm going to be there.
I love that he knows that I'm the book bestie. I've graduated up to book bestie, and I love it very much.
Okay. He was like, all right. And I was like, yes. Because I had told him, I know it's in the works. Okay. So I won't give too much. But I had told him about buddy reading Jade City. And he's like, so you're going to buy the rest of the series? And I was like, I absolutely am.
100%.
Absolutely. So sorry.
Totally.
Yeah.
So anyway, go ahead.
I haven't watched their live show yet, but I did play it on mute.
Because you've read the book now, haven't you? The House Across the Lake?
Yeah, I finished actually most of the book. I think I'd only read like 3 chapters or something before the 24-hour sprint. So I finished most of it on the 24-hour sprints.
That's fine.
Yeah. So, but I've already read it and I gave it 5 stars.
See, I haven't read it yet. I've only read one Riley Sager, and that was The Last Time I Lied. And it's coming up in a vlog, but frankly, I didn't like it. Spoiler.
She's like, absolutely not. I really like that one. I don't know. Riley Sager is polarizing, it seems.
You're not going to see this vlog for might I add, I am done all the books for it, but I just haven't edited it. So eventually you'll see this vlog, but it's fine. And it's also, the Last Time I Lied, and it's Verity in the same vlog. So let's just go with it was like me screaming about a book because I loved it, and me screaming about a book. I didn't like it. It was an interesting vlog. Any more sprints coming soon? Neva, you have sprints tomorrow?
Go.
Friday.
Okay, go. I have sprints Friday. They're set right now for noon, but I might move them to 10 a.m. Because I have to stop sprints by like 4:30 or 5 because I have D&D on Fridays. So I do have sprints Friday, and then I have sprints Saturday at 8 p.m. Those are my normal sprinting times, and so they're back to the normal. And then I do like Tuesday at 10 also. Those are my normal sprints.
I don't have any scheduled. I will be doing more sprints, but at this moment, I don't know when they'll be. Sometime next week, but I don't know when. And yeah, it wasn't for me either. Oh no, she loved The Last Time I Lied, but that's okay. We can still be friends. I can understand why some people would love it. I can understand. For me, it just read really young because everybody was teenagers. And I was just like, okay. Anyway, you can watch my vlog for my full thoughts whenever that comes out. But yeah, but it's okay. I think, it just is what it is. We did an actual, you did an impromptu buddy read with Neva of House Across the Lake. We like Home Every Door, or Home Before Dark, Lock Every Door, and even Final Girls. I just got Home Before Dark. I'm hoping to read it this spooky season because it's like a haunted situation. Yeah. So that's my plan.
I have Home Before Dark on the Kindle, and I plan on also reading it in like October because I need like spooky books to read.
Totally. And I want to read spooky books this fall, but I'm not that much into horror. So we'll work around that. She loved Last Time I Lied too. So we're like split in the comments.
Right.
We're split, which is not uncommon with books. Not everybody, there's not a book that like everybody loves. There's just not really. Okay, I'm going to end these here. Thank you so much for coming to my first sprints, everybody. I wasn't sure who would come, so I so appreciate everybody coming. I really, really do. And Neva, thank you so much for coming to do them with me because I did not want to do them by myself.
Honestly, thank you for having me.
Nope,
because
I wasn't doing them by myself.
It's different to be on someone else's channel.
Yeah.
It's different. But like I like
totally
it.
Different. Yeah, it's nice. It's like, it's a little bit more laid back too, because you're not like the one doing all the comments and things. Thank you for having, you're so welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. I so appreciate all of you. You have no idea. Okay, so I'm going to end this now, and thanks. Bye.